Namaskar, good morning, good day to all my friends around world. Speaking from Bharat, India, Engineer Suraj Singh. This day, 12th June 2020, Corona Year Day. Life is moving into unknown direction. Our life is moving into secret direction and no certainty exists, but something has to come out of this secrecy. When we don't have something to know, I think it happens sometimes. There's no electricity now, sorry. So, what I say, COVID-19, ruler of current times, ruler in the sense that no one is ruling this, it's ruling everybody. That's what I'm saying, ruler. Not political ruler, life ruler. What COVID intends to do, it does. It does. We are giving names ourselves. First wave, second wave, third wave. There is no wave. There is no wave. It is, whole river, whole sea that's coming out. It's it's world cyclone. It's something unexpected of, never expected of. But it's working. It's working. Sorry, it's working. It's working to its capacity, its potential. We can't say how and why, but it's working really. Oh, hell with you, fool, yaar. I say that we only can take precautionary measures, nothing else. We have no other alternative to deal with it all over the world. Whole world has failed. Whole world has failed until now. Scientifically, nothing is clear what to say about this. Its origin, its movement, its power, its effects. Only assumptions, assumptions, and assumptions. No clarity. No clarity. And when something is not clear, means we know what is that. When we do not know or we cannot solve something, we can say, let God take care of that. This is natural. So let God take care of this. You, myself, those advanced scientists and world leaders, all no use in this case. Doctors are doing their job, what they have been taught. Scientists are in search of reasons, in search of, reality, but reality is far away from being disclosed. So we can say nothing is in our hands, let it move as it is. Every day it's rising in its power, and world cannot think what to do, and only precautionary measures can be taken, that at least you can prevent yourself from being impacted upon by this virus. Virus or no virus, I don't know, but everybody is calling virus, so it is virus. So it's okay. We accept that. And then leave it to nature, what nature has plans in this directions. Because the world has failed in its approach. That is clear. Nothing to hide in that. No leadership in world has been successful. It may be political leadership, it may be science leadership, or it may be otherwise. At present, we cannot say that something is happening scientifically or something we are doing scientifically. It's not done. So, as usual, I say, take precautionary measures. Think of your safety. Think of your other safety. Think of how to improve environment, and think of how to keep your health good, safe, and how to live good life. I cannot say luxurious life, because luxurious life actually has imported this virus. Now it's too high temperature. It's now 31. I'm talking to you, and expected 41 around noon, and ultraviolet is about 12. So if you can say yes, it's not good for human being to get comfort by this parameters of UV 11 or 41 degrees. It's true, but you have to live with that. You have to live with that, and this good in one way that you can upgrade your immunity. If you can't, you can upgrade your power of resistance. If you wish, you can. Or it's up to you. I would simply say that it's free medicine you have around you during daytime. That even if you expose yourself to nature, sun or sunlight for say 15 to 20 minutes or even 30 minutes, you will benefit a lot. Of course, use your mask and glasses and get benefit. Have free injection of ultraviolet, and you can say natural vitamin D. So that, of course, you have to drink water. Indeed, better drink hot water, not warm, boiling water, small quantity, not big quantity. Don't worry about quantity. What happens when hot water goes inside, boiling water goes inside, it reduces viscosity of blood. And when blood viscosity is reduced, means blood pressure is of course reduced, is brought down. And because more viscous blood means more pumping power, and less viscous blood means less pumping power. So BP is down. You can take more water, or you can do something. If I don't know what to do with that, but to speak of that, I'm not a doctor. But generally, I can say that if you want to raise your health. It's for you, not for someone else. It's your health. If you raise it, it's fine. You can say make your body stronger than your body current now. That's only I can say about maintenance, about precautionary measures, and of course you have to drink water, plenty of water, and you have to hydrate yourself. Certainly if you go to sun, you'll dehydrate. And I would simply say, care of your eyes means keep glasses, nose, and this we have using this masks, so everybody knows about that. Nothing to speak on that. All this you have to do means now people are not interested to know how many people have lost their lives because of this and how many infections have been affected. But actually I should say, I can confidently say that actually this virus is going to start now. Till now it was just, you can say, like a trailer, like identification. But now virus time has started. This virus has started now, and it will show its two colors in coming time. Those who are thinking that it's gone, they are on wrong track. First wave, second wave, forget all waves. This thunderstorm, this is tsunami, or we can say it's coming. And now it's time for our country, Asian countries, particularly Bharat, India, to face it. in its true spirit. Because first of all, reason is we are thickly populated country, and particularly in those areas, slum areas and those where there is no good hygiene, we are that type of country. So I think we have to face immense problems in times to come, and everybody should be ready. Don't worry about politics. Leave politicians one side, leave them to one side. And as citizens of this country, it's our duty to care about this. It's doctors and all those nurses and all health workers. This is their responsibility. For we don't expect politicians to do something. We have seen efficiency of politicians. We have seen how long they can fall down. So I don't expect anything from them. I accept speeches and only speeches and nothing else. So first of all, you have to make yourself stronger if you can make. And I know engineers are better in strength than doctors, but now strength of engineers is also reduced. Maybe many reasons are there, but ultimately, don't forget engineers that your future lies on citizens of this country, workers in this country, and all those who are on lowest profile. Your future doesn't lie on riches in this country. Riches won't give you anything. If something you can get from, it is from lowest class of people. Profile lowest class means economically lowest class of people who work for you, who work for your projects. So you have to care about those people. And if you are unable to care about those people, then you are not working against them. You are working against you. You need not support whatever politicians. Forget politicians. You have to take care of those. If you are on projects, they will support you. No one else. So yeah, you can say that they need jobs. Jobs is one part of that. Question is not job is required or not required. Question is if they don't work for you, who will work for you? Question is that. If these people don't work for you, means who shall work for you? Can you work yourself? You cannot work yourself except in designs. And design is not requirement of time. Requirement is work, physical work. Now that's what I'm saying. In this part of talk, I usually make many sections of this, and generally I keep this COVID-19 issue in first so that I can talk in brief about happenings. And what the happenings is, it's not encouraging. Means one thing I show for sure, whole public of world who deal in life, practical life, they have become psychological patients. That's very much true. Means they forget. I saw many, even lowest right. Yesterday I was walking and I saw that juice seller, the sugarcane juice seller was wearing mask but nose was not covered, and he was selling it and people didn't even notice that. They were collecting that juice. So that's what I'm saying. This is small carelessness can lead to all problems. It's only, some people wear mask for just to show that I'm wearing a mask. You are not going to show to someone that you are wearing a mask. You have to use this mask. That's important. You have to cover your eyes because eyes and nose have same root. So if nose is subject to danger of virus, eyes are also subject to danger of virus. This we have to understand. So as far as safety, health and environments are concerned, safety, of course, you say you have to take protective measure, and there's preventive measure, that is cover your mouth with mask, with nose and lips, and of course eyes. And eyes means glasses. You can take personal protective measure, and also you take good food, hot food, vegetarian food, and you take plenty of water and make you can get vitamin D, as I said, from sun, and also you need the ultraviolet injection you can take, which is best treatment for your this virus. I don't know, but as is being discussed by top class scientists and all that, means as much as heat is inside your body, it's best for you, particularly in the summer season, because internal temperature is higher than external temperature, which helps you. If higher temperature outside is 41, then you must have maybe 50 inside temporarily. I'm not saying full time. It may be for 10 minutes, it may be for so that it can accept out, it will pull out fats from your body, and that's where it is required. Now, I'm not going to talk a lot about this because Every news is coming in. Whole Gulf countries are saying they are getting more and more cases. In Saudi, they are getting more and more cases everywhere. And in our country, it's already, I think, it's crossed the 3,300,000 according to indicative information. And this means this is moving very fast, so it can reach sometimes to millions soon, and later on to multi-millions. So we have to be careful. Many countries are declaring that, I don't know on what basis or what enthusiasm they have got to declare as such, but this is not time for declaration of their country is wide screen. This is too early to say that. So now move on to real professionalism, real talks. This was general talk I was making about COVID as usual, just for information purpose, updating, and just to encourage my colleagues that, and of course they are well encouraged, everybody knows about COVID, it's nothing new. Now I'm going to management of projects, engineering management, you can say, actually not project management, engineering management. It can be same word as project management, because project of engineering, otherwise construction engineering, design engineering, and this is management of project. This engineering management is civil engineering particularly. A main prime requirement, civil engineering is second requirement, air conditioning like HVAC or mechanical or electrical, or you can say security like CCTV, SCADA system, etc. And many more disciplines, IT, etc. Almost secondary, first requirement is that. So, and in civil engineering we say, civil engineering is a concrete dominating, concrete profession. They are concrete is very, very, important factor, is a prime part of projects. And if concrete is, you can not only prime part, it's supporting part as well. If you are supporting concrete is not reliable, you cannot deliver better project. My inclination is that, particularly in this country, Bharat, India, we don't have quality to standards. Standards are there, but quality doesn't exist. I'm not challenging any standard. Standard is okay. Engineering standards are never country oriented, nor country related. Engineering is international education. Engineering is international profession. It's not confined to one country, just like medical sciences. So we should have pride in saying that you are an engineer. I don't have pride in somebody's MBA, because that depends on engineering as well. MBA got no meaning if there is no industry, there is no business. I'm not criticizing MBA as well, I'm just telling you because some people think that. But engineering itself is long-term profession, long-run profession, financial profession. This means economy depends on this. Engineering industry, engineering factory, engineering requirement, engineering construction, engineering design, and engineering. You have a lot of work in that. Engineering is a vast sea. It's not small room, it's not small city, it's vast ocean of knowledge. Practical knowledge other than theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge is only to let you understand what work is. Theoretical knowledge is not end of this. Design is not end of this. Design is an essential part of engineering, but this depends on how work is done in fact. So to understand all this, we have to be very smart during our professional life. Education was one part that is over. Once you have got certification, you may improve your education by further degrees. That's okay, that's fine. But real degree you get in your professional field. When you go to field, it may be design field or maybe construction field. Once you are in field, means you are a field man, you are a field person, and field person has unlimited work to do. In design field, you have freedom, you have full freedom to work on designs. Similarly, depending on projects, you have absolute freedom to upgrade your knowledge, upgrade what you are. Engineering, civil engineering, construction engineering, project management, or project organization, whatever we can say, is a field where common sense is involved, number one, where is technical knowledge involved, number two, and number three, where people are involved, machines are involved, everybody is involved. That point is very important from professional orientation viewpoint. I don't like that I have a standard management system. I don't care for management, because management is not what is given in books. Management is that which is done on site, practically. That is management. Books are very refined, systems are explained in a refined way, but can those be implemented? Point is that. Sites, works, all site I'm talking, there's a difference in approach. It depends on what people understand, what information reach them. What informations reach them? They are not having university certificates of engineering, but they are having practical experience. You may call it empiricalism, or you may call it work training, job training. They know that, and if they are further oriented by your knowledge, if you transfer your knowledge to those persons working in field, it benefits both, because you are not perfect practically and they are not perfect theoretically. As I'm saying, front line people like site engineer, like foreman, like general foreman, like technicians, like masons, carpenters, and helpers, etc., who contribute towards the practical aspects of works. Practical aspects of works is real answer, because for which all designs were done, for which all organization is managed. That's the fact of life. If that physical work does not come to meet requirements, then complete chain of engineering, from inception to design, and design to bidding, and bidding to work, completely collapses. Which means your design may be excellent, your engineer, design engineer might have done lot contribution, might have input in this, has thought thousands times or something to decide on. But when it goes to site people crumble that due to their habits, or due to lack of knowledge, or due to there is no proper communication, there is no proper explanation onto them, and they do according to their convention, their practice, because no information has come how to do some job. Drawings can say you have to construct this, but drawings don't say how to construct this. You constructed how to construct. There's a big gap in that. That big gap has to be bridged by ourselves, and that bridging is called coordination. That bridging is called link, or you can say communication information, communication transparency. That must be there, and for that, it's not that whatever you know is only available answer. There can be many more answers to same problem. It depends upon you how you think of that and how you adopt that one. Adaptation and upgradation of knowledge are very, very parts of life, and we should realize that fact. If you realize that fact, you get better in your life. That's why I usually try to get more information from various sources available around you, to which facility we have through internet. We can go and find more and more information, and that's what I usually try. I collect information from various sources, because having information going through that makes you better selector, better designer, better worker. Everybody is a worker. I am worker, you are worker. You know about the worker. We don't know to be a worker, because a false sense of pride doesn't give anything. So we should consider ourselves a normal worker, where we have to work on every discipline. We have to work on designs, we have to work on administration, we have to work on contracts, we have to work on quantities, we have to work on supervision, we have to work on planning, we have to work on, you can say, quality, and whatsoever it is, we have to work on that. Technicality is very important point. Technical knowledge is a very important point. Technical knowledge doesn't mean design only. Technical knowledge means your practice, your experience, and experience of others, which all must come in positive sense for improvement of quality of your items, your products, which are going to give a concrete here, and not only concrete, many others. This upgradation knowledge is very essential for that person, because I have experience to work in many countries due to my career, and I respect all those technicalities that I get, or you can say technologies that I get through, any improvement of those, as much as you have, I can so you gather this information and then think on, means is it better if we don't have our own standards as such? And why not import those standards and use it? After all, there is no law that bans you from doing better work. If you are having standards in your country and you want to improve that standard yourself by application of including other specifications from around the world, it gives you input, it gives a strong it gives you a kind of value engineering on your project. So from that aspect, I continue to talk about Qatar concrete means concrete specifications. They have been valid. They've been working in Qatar because I too worked in Qatar long back, means not now. That time technology was not finally up, but now many developments are going concrete not only in Qatar, all over the world. But point remains only that our engineering colleagues don't have habit, don't have they're not used to learning more immediately, means until something is forced upon them. And I don't believe in force. I believe in self-proaction on acquiring knowledge, which is much better than just something you impose of you. Enforcement doesn't mean anything in engineering. It's proaction. It's action that's required, not imposition. Imposition doesn't mean anything because it's your personal responsibility to supervise work, to check work, and to draw even specifications if required, draw contract documents if required. Because all documents are done by people, not by machines. Design is done by people, then their detailing is done by people, and also then implementation is done by people, and personal responsibilities do happen there. It's not something made, delivered from factory and installed. It's engineering, because civil engineering is not installative engineering. It's the kind of work done engineering or production engineering. But we don't call it production engineering, or production indicates mechanical engineering. Yet it is manufacturing, it's production only. But we cannot shift from there. Only difference is that mechanical parts can be produced and delivered to some other people elsewhere. But this is different kind of where its workshop is permanent. Wherever you work something, that is a workshop or site, and that's permanent. Once you do something there, you cannot shift that. That's the only difference between production engineering and civil construction engineering. Construction engineering, it's completely production, it's completely processing. Yet it's not like production. You cannot say it's a production engineering. It's construction engineering, site engineering. That's what we call it, site engineering, because we are engineering something on site itself. We are not taking it out of there and shipping it somewhere else. So actually, prefabricated units. Otherwise, it's all site oriented. So we call it site engineering. We call it that. Means we don't call it in other professions like mechanical or electrical, something like that. There is site engineering, of course. When electrical part is done, in structures, electrical work is done, mechanical work is done. That's of course site engineering as far as those items are concerned, because those ones itself cannot be shifted as well. So you can say permanent works engineering is civil engineering. Permanent activities engineering is civil engineering. Permanent profession or permanent projects are civil engineering. Once they are projects, stays, they once for whatever number of years these move on. This is project stays, and one day that project name is deleted, and then from there itself you can say it's operational stage. Operation starts there. There are two stages in construction. One is project stage, other one is maintenance or operation stage. Both are, this is permanent to an extent until date of completion or date of discharge is there. Other one is starts from there where construction stops. That's only explanation of there's a division you can see between project engineering and operation engineering. That's a great point we have to remind for that. Now point is, I was talking about Qatar specifications, concrete specifications. I have started talking of that, and I think for 2 days I shared my views through that specification. Knowing specification is very important these days, because if you know better specification, you can apply that. And what I was seeing, observed the specifications there around, I'm very upset with that. Practically, so I'm not blaming someone else, because there's no single person to be blamed on that. A group of people, convention of people, and engineering society itself is responsible for that. Engineering society, I mean, I am not saying formal society, I am saying engineering public, engineering members, civil engineering members. Problem is because civil engineers have changed themselves. Rather than working as civil engineers, they want to work as managers or they want to work as directors, and problem comes from there only. There is a saying that it's very easy to work yourself and it's very difficult to extract work from others. This is very simple saying. If you want to work, better you work yourself, and if you give work to someone else, it's difficult to get work from that person. But that's not true in construction engineering or in design project engineering. Because first of all, one engineer cannot be all places to supervise or to do jobs, supervise or execute, or what you can say. You cannot be at all locations, and you have many juniors with you, many seniors with you, and all team works. That team building constructively, that team building with comprehensive power to manage, organize, that team building like an integrated unit, integrated circuit, without having any formal hierarchical fashion or hierarchical administrative power. I consider that one team building is important, that we are missing. It's for sure we are missing. It's different to say that. It's not right to say that. We are a very good team, we are doing this and that. Because if you are a very good team, whatever work is seen should be quality work. Should be work that tells yes, some professional have worked here. But unfortunately, it is not. It's not being indicated on works. There may be some exceptions, I can't say everywhere, but in general, which is seen in public cannot point out every mistake or every quality lapse, but those who are educated in engineering, who are professionals, they can. So I am saying we have lived this low quality management, low quality organization among our teams. Once you are engineer, yes, you have different position in engineering, you are right. You have managing director position, you have director position, you have chief engineer position, you have other position. You can enjoy whatever position is there. But that position should give results also. If you think your paperwork is over, your results are over, then you are not right. Paperwork is not required. Engineer, professional work is required. Just like people say, I'm professional engineer, I'm professional doctor, professional architect, or that. Same way, your work should be professionally oriented. It should tell, yes, that has been done by professionals. It should say that, it should confirm that. But yes, I agree that there are human errors everywhere. Human errors are not challenged. I'm not challenging human error. Human error is imminent, it has to be. But if it is repeated every time in name of human error, then I have objection to that. You cannot say that it's an error. This means your people are not learning anything from mistakes, anything from errors. No lessons are being learned. And that's very big flaw in your system. If we cannot learn from mistakes or past errors, this means we are not professionals. We are not professionals. We just use that term as an excuse, and that excuse is not an answer to solve problems. I'm just explaining all this because it's happening. And I'm not saying that I'm a very good engineer as well. I'm not saying that. But what I read, what I observe, I'm saying that. And it's also true that I have different experience in my career. And particularly since I joined Middle East, I'm not there now, but I work there because of age. I'm not getting assignments as such, no problem, but I don't have any regret. But whatever I learned, I give an example. Let's say I joined first time. I joined Iraq, and I didn't know what was actually to be done by me at that time. Really surprised to know that, because before that I worked here in Delhi and our capital for 6 years on government projects and in capacity as supervising person, means junior engineer supervisor, as people work as whatever the position they supervise jobs, and supervision still is not perfect there, because they only say we do jobs, but nobody refers to specification, nobody does that, they just do job. And there was this is all time talking, not talking. I don't know what's happening now. But those times when I was there, 1975 onwards to 81, was here 6 years. I worked there. I won't take name of department, no use, but actually speaking, except billing or except some writing work, I did not learn any single percentage, any you can say 0.5 percentage of engineering. I could not learn from there. Yes, calculations, estimation, and like that, billing or valuation like that, people are expert of there, and that on item-based basis, so contracts. So I can say when I joined Iraq, I was not able to understand what my job was. So gradually I tried to understand by changing jobs, and so I came to know. And because quality control was too strong there, on particular government projects, means if you don't comply with that requirement of those people, there's no written one. There was no methodology, just experience-based requirements, and I see those people working on government behalf, means they demanded high workmanship, high level of construction, and pre-inspection and post-complete inspections were usually done, but not on papers, just for ensuring that work is done rightly. So I saw that time, and then I had to think again and again, means why this much is done. So it was a requirement there, and I of course learned something physically from there. This I'm just giving an example, means how you can upgrade yourself. If you learn from mistakes, if you learn from errors, or if you learn technologies, I think that makes you a different person. That's true. Means if you learn technology, you can use technology, and you can make yourself better person. But that was only point I am inclined to explain to you. You may be budding engineer, you may be experienced engineer, you may be senior engineer. Particularly, I want to say something to seniors, because they have gone through their career and it's not easy for them to remold. But budding engineers and those who are in better positions, they can get advantage of such technologies, such documents available, which were not available when I was involved. These documents can help you, but provided you have will to go through them, because if you don't go through them, you cannot, just by cover you cannot see what is book. Similarly, if you don't go through pages of information, you cannot get anything. And you should not keep in your mind that you are a very good engineer because you have done MBT, BE or ME or PhD. These degrees do not make engineer until you work in field and know what is field, how it is done. You do yourself, and then you can understand what physical work is done, what level of mind work is done in engineering construction. It is balanced work that we have to do. So for that purpose, I just wanted to share some information, and that was, I continue on that information. Only talking is not enough here. So I talked to you about the section 5 of concrete, section 5 of this QCS, that's called Qatar's civil specifications or construction specifications. It's both, and it should be 2014. It is not latest one. This is what I could download from script.com, and I could see URL of this on my details of video text. You can download this file if you wish. It's in the 200 pages file, and this is having basic information, As I said, this is having information. You may say it's like, as I said, yes sir, I gone through all pages. It was general implementation, and this was in general it is scope, and then other many parts, as I said in that, which we talked yesterday. Part was aggregates, cementitious materials, water, admixture, property requirements, concrete plants, transportation and placing of concrete, formwork, curing, reinforcement, construction joints, inspection and testing of hardened concrete, protective coatings to concrete, hot weather concrete, then miscellaneous precast concrete, pre-stressed concrete, water retaining structures, and the sections which we are talking of are say general. This is general in this itself, and then section 2 quality assurance and quality control, section 4 is foundations and retaining structures, section 6 is road work, section 8 is drainage work, section 9 is mechanical and electrical equipment. These are related to this one. Then we go to references, and there are all ASTM references given there. All this we explain, you and I all explain. So if you go further down, we talked about all these institutions as well, and implementation of all those field quality controls we talked of, and at length we talked about all these tables. I can't go again, then it will take time. And then you go to, I think I was at point of water point I was there, and water was taken care of also. So we will move from water elsewhere, and I think it was page 44. I remember it was page 44 of specs. So I should straight away go to page 44, from where I can move further. Why do waste time? 44. So this was page 44 I showed, and 45, 44. So yes, it is table 6.4, which has concrete grades and composition requirements. So grades of concrete we are talking, and so it's grade of concrete we are talking of, and we talked of various grades. Let's say a first grade of concrete. I explained to you about grading, what grading is. Very well, I explained yesterday. Technically, grading means this is based on compression strength of concrete. We name it, we name grade like that, compressive strength of concrete. Related this one point, as soon as we have a test, but we refer to compressive strength test in general. That's called grading. And grading, I explained yesterday, again explain. But let us say how to know this, how to test this. We have, when we see, we have trial mixes. Trial mixes means to design mixes. So by weight means we try many gradings. You can say many combination of aggregates. Coarse aggregate, that's we call final, not final like sand or like dust. It's like small stones, small rocks of angular nature, or which can interlock together. I'm not saying the globular, it's not spherical particles, these are angular particles, and these particles when joined together, and that's called coarse aggregate. And there are various classes of coarse aggregates that's okay, fine, but in this what we understand, this coarse aggregate voids are there, these voids are packed by stone dust or stone or sand, and then you can say after that add cement into that and with water, so when it works together like flour, and it looks like that vegetable, that's called what's that vegetable? It's like that, in vegetables. You put one item or other. So similar, if you can say count is like that. If you say aggregate is there, then add a finer aggregate within those voids which are caused by, and then within those also there is cement you added, and completely mix that. You get some wet concrete or green concrete, you can say. That concrete is wet, it doesn't have any strength when it's wet. It's only for purpose of pouring into molds or pouring into formwork, so that it takes shapes of that formwork which we design. It may be slab, it may be beam, it may be column, it may be whatsoever. There's no limit to that. molding can be done. So shape is not a problem in concrete. So grading doesn't relate to shape. Only grading is that we have to understand how much load concrete can take. Load means direct load, we can say. I'm not talking of some other load, because if I talk about every property of this or every requirement of this, then you may not understand anything. So just for a layman understanding, blank understanding, I'm saying that compressive strength criteria is to be understood. For that, what we do, we have certain cubes, steel cubes, which size is conventionally it is 150 mm, or it is 6 inches by 6 inches by 6 inches size of concrete. We have to produce wet concrete. We have to put in those you can say those molds, which you call molds, cube molds we call them. These are samples actually. These are not products, these are samples. We can't say these are products. These are samples of concrete for purpose of testing. So this is standard all over the world. We take cubes, and this is standard one. And there's the philosophy behind that. That once you pass these cubes after having slump is pre-test of that. We take slump and we take temperature of concrete before taking samples in cubes. Then that's one requirement. And slumps are differently defined for different concretes, different grades, and there are many points we discuss later on. First thing you should keep in mind, we should keep in mind that concrete is not a dish, it's not food, it's something that has to work for you long term, not in years, in decades. It's a material that you may die, but this works continuously. It works for your generations and then their generations also. So you can say this is not an ordinary material, because it can work for you for centuries even if it is properly done. Just like old buildings, ancient buildings all over the world, how are constructed centuries back, and still they are working. Whatever reasons are there that I'm not discussing in this talk, I'm just referring to you as example. Concrete, again I'm saying, same material which doesn't give you results immediately, but these results continue from immediate time to unknown times. So if something has to work for you, say 100 years, for 150 years, or even more, we don't know about that, then what do you think you should have value on that? If you are spending money, you have money, that's okay, you can spend money, you can buy material and do it, and say, oh, I have my money, use it. Okay, gentlemen, you have used your money, it's okay. But you are happy now that you make profit out of that. That's your one point, that's financial point. I'm not interested in financial point. In this talk is for material. So when I said we take cubes, first stage of that cube is not cube itself. First stage of that, when we mix the material of concrete, when we convert to its wet stage after mixing about 3 to 4 minutes, that concrete is tested immediately on site. That concrete has tested in 2 or 3 points. One point is slump test, another point is temperature, and one point is air files. Now important is slump. Slump and temperature are very important, because slump, where its null meaning is, if you take meaning of slump itself, it's called vertical fall or vertical. We have to see by certain method that how much, what quantity of this concrete falls in relation to one sample, that's called slump test sample. There's a way, means it's like a frustum. You may say frustum exactly, and where sectionally if you plan, you see it's inclined cylinders, and top is circle and bottom is circle, and inclined surfaces are there, so it's a three-dimensional. And we put concrete, that wet concrete, into this. There's a plate, base plate, on which this cone base is in this cone rest, and then there's the holders on that, you understand, and we fill this concrete we get from either ready mix or mix on site, both way. We put that in layers, in 3 layers, and we have a tamping rod in that, 16 diameter tamping rod, using which in 3 layers we compact concrete, and then after compacted and filled up to top and level it on top, and then we take out this cone from that, so gradually, gently, and then we see what drop from when cone was there and now when drop from this top, by how many centimeters it is dropped. This vertical fall or vertical drop is called slump value. This slump value of concrete drop is indication of what type of material you are going to use or what you decided for, because excessive drop means there is too much water in that, too much water or plasticizer, we will discuss later on. If not too much, very small, also it indicates less quantity of water. Excessive quantity indicates too much drop is there. But you cannot say concrete is rejected that way. It depends upon what is your member you are going to cast. If it's very narrow member or it's very big member, it depends upon that. This means how to work on concrete on site is dominated by slump. What sort of material you should have on site means lesser fall of slump is, you can say, stiffer mix, or we can say not very convenient mix, but mix is mix. And then if say too much fall means material may be correct according to design, but it's easy to handle on site. So workability, that's how we call it, how much ably you can work on site, that's indication by slump is that test. It doesn't directly give you answer whether concrete is meeting requirement, meets requirement, or not meeting requirement. That doesn't says that, but this is just an indicative answer, indicative that yes, you have to ensure. And then this one point, and second was temperature of concrete, means there's a temperature range that's very important, because temperature itself makes difference in concrete. Means it can impact structural connections of concrete if temperature is too high or too low. Example, let's say it's 1 degree Celsius or 2 degrees Celsius, it's very nearly freezing. That doesn't work for concrete. And similarly, let's say it's 45 degrees, it also doesn't work for concrete because it's too stiff in that case. And so what we have to see, we have definition standard of slump which tell us, means so what should be slump for this type of concrete and what should be slump for that member type concrete, that is indicated by slump, and temperature is there. So this one I'm saying, we have taken samples and filled, and when you cast this mold of this cubes on site, very well there is a technique to cast them and to level them and to protect them from immediate weather conditions. And later on, next day, we take them out of these cubes and put them in water in laboratory conditions, and on 7th day and on 28 days, and in cases of sometimes other days as well, or you can say on 56th day, depending on what type of concrete there is, we test them in laboratory. There is 150 mm into 150 mm into 150 mm, or 6 inches by 6 inches by 6 inches. These cubes are professionally in a way taken to concrete testing machine, compressive testing machine, and these are tested until these break. That machine is compression testing machine, and how much load comes on that machine when it crushes, That's called compression load of this cube. And that compression load, whatever we get, and we divide by area of this cube, which is 150 mm into 150 mm into 150 mm. Area is 150 into 150, not volume. So we divide by this 150 into 150, and we get compressive load per square Newton, per square millimeter. I'm sorry, this compression load in newtons per square millimeter, and that load, after making adjustments which were required, that report says this concrete is there so many newtons per millimeter square. That's grade of this concrete. That's we call grade. So there can be from 15 newtons per square millimeter to up to hard and high strength concrete. All depends on. So we cannot simply say this should be slump is varying. Slump varies and all properties varies. So we have to keep in mind this kind of requirements. We have to understand. We have to explain to people also who are our juniors who work on that, because if they do not understand well, they won't understand meaning of water in concrete, because they are not educated in engineering, but they are experiencers and they see all this, but they don't understand meaning of that. So we have to explain to them what we are doing. That's also true, so that if somebody is absent on site during concrete and there's no one to make it, so you have to do yourself or do whatever possible solutions to that. So that's grade of concrete I'm talking, and with that stage of 7 days, and then let us show 28 days. 28 days strength is conclusive strength in ordinary concrete, and 56 days is in cement is based concrete material. So we do that way, and that's what I'm stressing on this point of grading of concrete. So we move into that direction now. It said grade. Now grade of concrete, I explained to you is that. So it says in this grade of concrete, where strength is classified, with respect to compressive strength. Table 6.4 gives concrete grade with requirements for WC, that's called water cement ratio, and cementitious content. So characteristic compressive strength at 28 days of 150 mm cubes, that's FCK cube, or 150 mm diameter by 300 mm diameter cylinders. FCKC cylinder may be used for classification, and that's okay. An exception will be made for concrete mixtures containing fly ash, silica fume, or GGBS, where testing shall be requested at 56 days or 90 days as approved by engineer. Now table 6.4 gives concrete grades and composition requirements. Here we have 5 columns in this table, and first column is concrete grade, second column is minimum characteristic cube strength, FCK cube, Newton per meter square, and then third one is minimum characteristic cylinder strength, FCKC by L, that's also Newton per meter square, and then minimum cementitious contents, that's kilogram per meter cube, and next one is maximum water cementitious ratio, water over cement ratio, W/C. So these are, now we are talking of the various grades in this. First column, as I say, concrete grade, which indicates here B15, B20, C25, C30, C35, C40, C45, C50, C60, and then C75. Is this specification has taken up to C75 Newton per millimeter square. So what does it mean? First of all, let's see that one. In second column it says minimum characteristic cube strength, FCK. Cube is, what is that is written here? That's minimum, means it's given here. For B15 it should be 15, for B20 it should be 20, for C25 it should be 25, for C30 it should be 30, For C35 it should be 35. For C40 it should be 40. For C45 it should be C45, and for C50 it should be C50. For C60 is C60, and for C75 C. These are all Newton per millimeter square. Newton per millimeter square, and this is cube strength, FCK cubes. And if you go to cylinder strength, it's up to minimum characteristic strength, minimum characteristic cylinder strength, FCK. Now, minimum characteristic cylinder strength. Now it was for say B15, we said B15 is 15 Newton per meter square when cube was tested. But when we test cylinder, it would be 12. You can say 80% of 15, that is 12. And similarly 80% of 20 is 16, and 80% of 25 is 20, 30 is say 25 approximately, and 35 is also 28, 40 is 32, 45 is 35, 50 is 40, and 60 is 50, and 75 is 60. So only again if you take cylinder for the same grade of concrete, it shall be around 80% of cylindrical strength. This was in third column. And if you go to fourth one, that's minimum cementitious contents, what should be. It states that what it should be is important point here. Now it says, for example, minimum cementitious content. Now B15 we don't consider cementitious content, and B20 these are generally used for blinding. So we don't take care into minimum cementitious content. We leave them blank. Similarly, for maximum water cement ratio, it's also given blank here for these two, 15 and 20, because they are not generally used as structural concretes. Now, in C25, as I said, cube strength is 25 and cylinder strength is 20. And here, minimum cementitious content is given as 216. That is, cementitious contents 216 kilogram per meter cube, and it's then water cement ratio 0.6, that is for C25. And if you see C30, it's same 25 and 20 before, 25 for cube, and your 20 is for cylinder. And the cementitious material is 260 kilogram per meter cube. And water cement ratio is, the C25 is 260 and water cement is 0.6, and for C30 it is 300 and 0.58. C30 means 30 is a cube and 25 cylinder, and 300 kilogram per meter cube is cementitious content, and 0.5 is water cement ratio. And we take about C35. It is cube 35 and cylinders 28. It's cementitious materials 320, and water cement ratio is 0.55. So if you see the like this way, in this C35, water cement was higher. This water or cement coefficient, when it comes down, is small. And similarly, if you say 30, we have to take care 30. In 30 we find, 35, 40, let's say 40. There are for everyone, If you take 35, it's cube 35, cylinder 25, and cementitious metal 320, and water cement ratio 0.55. And if you take C40, it is cylinder 40, cube 40, cylinder 132, and cementitious material 335 kilogram per meter cube. Then C40 is that S is 0.50 for cement. Then if you see C45, it's 45 for cube, and this is 35 for a cylinder and it is 355 for cementitious one and 0.47 for water cement ratio. So if you can just assess here, if you see, cylinder strength and cube strength are almost same, but I mean 80% of each other, while kilogram, that is cementitious material, is increasing as the grade increase, and water cement ratio decreases as grade increases. So you can say that when there is grading requirement, high grading requirement, it is sensible to say let them do that. So this is what I am saying. C45, as it said, 50, 40, 370 and 45 now taking all in the energy is in Newton per meter square, both cylinder and cube, and we have cementitious materials in per meter cube and after the brass. Okay, now if you can see 50 is same 50, 40, 370, 45, 0.45 and C60 is C60 cube, 50 cylinder, 380 cementitious metals and 0.4 is water cement ratio, and also 75 in which cube is 75, cylinder is 60, kilogram per meter cube is 390, and this causes also, this causes same as previously, same formula as you can say 75, 60, 390, 0.35. So we know as much as higher concrete you are designing, water cement ratio is reduced and your cementitious material increases. So we go to, so these are all here what I am saying, C25 or B15, B20, C25, C30, C35, C40, C45, C50, C60, C75, etc. These are all called concrete grades. All concrete grades. Then we have to jump on to durability requirement. Durability is very, very extensive property, very important property, without which no one can say standard of concrete, quality of concrete, and length of concrete, life of concrete used in that. That's very important point. Means sometimes you have to understand these facts if you want to really do something. So though this word is durability has many meanings in fact. Or says constituent materials, constituent materials which compose of concrete shall not contain harmful ingredients in such quantities as may be detrimental to durability of concrete or cause corrosion of reinforcement. Then we say, after all, of course it's very drowsy subject, but it's very important subject for everybody of us. It's hot wind coming from my fence. Of course, it's causing me to sleep, but I'm not going to sleep. Let me put either of one. Let me put one and we'll see how it works. Let's see how one works. This is fine. Now, constituent materials shall not contain harmful ingredients in such quantities as may be detrimental to durability of concrete or cause corrosion of reinforcement. First point is that about corrosion of reinforcement. So that is first point. Now again I say, constituent materials shall not contain harmful ingredients in such quantities as may be detrimental to durability of concrete or cause corrosion of reinforcement. That is point here. This is a leading point given in durability requirements. That's very nice. But what happens in real life, you can see. I'm not going to tell again and again, because one should think on if you are using rusted steel, if you are going to use rusted steel in concrete without thinking, as is happening, whatever constructions I have seen here and around, there is no worry on all faces, no worry on engineer face, and there's no worry on other faces that rust can harm concrete. No such thinking, no such point in them. Just go on doing and doing and doing. But here its durability point is if your reinforcement is rusted, it will certainly fail to work with concrete one day. So life of your concrete would be no use after that. The strength of your concrete will lose, it will end, it will come to bottom one day. So durability means how far can you take? Can you go with concrete? I understand that age is durability here. Now second is for reinforced concrete in ground, need for protection from chlorides must be balanced against need for protection from sulfates. That's very important point, because when you say concrete is done on ground, in ground you always find salts of chlorides, and there are sulfates, and that can harm concrete. So for such concrete in ground, we have to protect it, protect whatever we do, or we shall have to accept rest of fresh concrete. So this point we have to understand how to eliminate contents of sulfates and chlorides. Then we go to other one, protective measures, including use of surface treatment, alternative reinforcement, and increasing concrete cover in every case. Need for good quality concrete with low permeability is paramount. What does it mean? It says protective measures, including use of surface treatment, alternative reinforcement, and increasing concrete cover. In every case, need for good quality concrete with low permeability is paramount. This point we have to understand. We have to take precautionary measures and surface treatment. Surface treatment of what? Surface treatment of concrete. When the concrete is embedded in ground, it must be protected from moisture ingress from soil. It must be protected from that. Not only external, there can be internal also, which is unpractical. So this point is very important. Surface treatment is required for that. Or a reinforcement and increasing concrete cover is nice. So concrete cover is a big point here, which people actually do not understand. What is concrete cover? Engineers understand, I know that, but this talk is not exclusively meant for engineers. It's meant for public also. Or you can say it's meant for public but engineers also, both ways, okay. So what is concrete cover? That's an important point. Well, physically speaking, it's not very difficult just to demonstrate on some piece of paper. But I should say, let me just give me a moment. I'll tell you what is concrete cover. It's something very, very easy to explain, but people don't understand. And let us see what it is actually. I'll make a small sketch, and you have to understand that point. What is concrete cover? I make a column, for example. I make a column here, small section of column. Let's say I make a column here, and then I'll show you. Wait a minute. Now, I'm just giving you the small sketch, very small sketch it is. It's coming to you, very small sketch. This is very small sketch here. I'll show to you now. You see this sketch? This is a column, plan you can say, this is a plan of a column, which you call pillar actually, people don't understand, that's okay, you may call it pillar, but this is a column. You see these sides, 4 sides, and there's a ring still inside, means ring inside this column, which is called in our language ring or stirrup you can say, and there are say bars inside. I have shown 4 bars only, but not necessarily there should be one, there should be this is a ring here, and this is column side, this is solid column side, and also this is column side, this is ring, this is 8 mm, all this ring is there around, and there are still, I have shown 4, it's not necessary to show, it depends on design. This is ring, this is vertical steel, this vertical steel, and this vertical steel, Now here point is what we are talking about clearly. Now if you say this which I have written here, you can see this gap means concrete gap. Surface of concrete is outside, this surface where shuttering will be there, and this is your ring here. This gap is called cover. This gap is called cover. Now this cover in column can be 30 mm, it can be 35 mm, it can be 40 mm. It depends on what is your requirement, how you take that. There are rules for that. They are, in a specification that's given depending upon environment of that. The point is, when I say from surface itself, we are consider the surface here. I'm talking from surface. This is surface. This is surface. This is also surface, vertical surface, and this is also surface. There's a gap, and this gap, cover gap, as thicker as it is and as permeable as concrete. Now permeable and thicker. What is permeable? We need to explain that it does not permit flow of water in moisture form into concrete. That is called, it doesn't permit water flow through concrete. So that is called permeability of concrete. And there may be pores inside. There may be small mini minor pores inside, because concrete is expected to be very dense, but sometimes it's not dense, there are pores. But if water can flow through these pores, that is bad for concrete. That means this concrete is not is permeable, you can say. This concrete is permeable because water is flowing through that. So purpose of concrete is defeated there itself. So why cover is done and why other parameters are taken into care because of this cover. If cover is say 40 mm, well, it's not bad, 40 mm is good for, but it depends on, so what I say is this, that this point, as much as cover we have more cover and more strong concrete, I'm just saying not porous concrete, there is no chance of water flowing through concrete, and thickness of cover is more. This means it will take more time, moisture ingress into column and then to steel bars. Because if water reaches steel bars, it may be ring or it may be vertical, it may be in beams or it may be in columns, it may be wherever. So this was only indicative example I told you, column. It can be beam, it can be, we call lintel, but it may be slab. Water can cause a problem there. And if water can cause a problem, it can rust the steel. This means the structure will not stand for long, and little impact from sea shall drown it. So that's purpose of that is durability. That is durability. That's one part of durability we are talking of. Means higher color leads to higher durability, and color, I mean, not color, cover. And cover has this one point regarding water, moisture, and grass. And it also has a point that more cover means more resistance towards fire impact. Because if cover is more, and fire cannot immediately reach concrete or if it's still inside or reinforce inside, it takes some time because once you heat up with the fire, this surface, the surface will have a low temperature, then further to is a further low temperature. Like that it moves in, and that's also a source of danger of structure to collapse. So this is what we talk of. We talk of durability. What is durability? So there can be many more points of durability that we can control deflection if we are possible. This we may not get this point. This is common point actually I told you. So if you now, if you may control deflection, deflection means what I said in movement from its fixed position that we have taken drawing is upwards or downwards on beams and this way or that way for columns. That's called deflection. And then coming back to its position, deflection temporary and coming back to its position, that also gives negative marks to this members of building, a frame of building. And deflection means doesn't matter, it will happen on beams, it shall happen on columns, it will happen on beams, it will happen on slab, okay, all procedures measure that. So that's the point we discuss about this means very important point of durability. Now maximum acid solution chloride contents. We are going further. So we will discuss all this later on also. Durability and fire and how to understand concrete, because concrete statement is not clear. We have to understand conduct of concrete, behavior of concrete also, which is very important from engineering point of view. Because in addition to this durability, there is also one more point, that's ductility. We say ductile material, what's ductile actually? I think a deficiency of water in the morning, that's why taking tea. So we talked of durability, which is on a few points we concluded now. Also, you can say ductility of concrete is also very important, means how far can be in duct form, means it doesn't move away, and in both phases a similar type of steel is there which can reduce its deflection, which can help in its compression, and that is different behavior. So we'll talk of later on when we explain each other. No, because your specification is not a design issue, we are talking about specification. So it says maximum soluble chloride content, maximum acid soluble chloride contents. Now it is maximum acid soluble chloride contents. It's chloride content of concrete. Charged, let us see its charge, I think. Chloride content of concrete expressed as percentage of chloride. Let me put pen on this one off. Chloride content of concrete expressed as a percentage of chloride ions by mass of cementitious materials shall not exceed values given in table 6.5. Now let us say chloride content has a limit, it must be thought of, which one understood. So in concrete, what value of chloride, what quantity of chloride we have, let's express as a percentage of chloride ions by mass of cementitious materials, and which should not exceed value essentially 5, and calcium chloride and chloride, calcium chloride and chloride based admixtures shall not be used in concrete containing steel reinforcement or other embedded metal. So steel because we have steel reinforcement, but in carbon steel reinforcement. So calcium chloride and chlorides based admixtures won't be used in concrete. Determination of chloride content. Determination of chloride content in concrete shall be conducted by sum of contributions from constituent materials as described as BSPN 206 1 and BS 85002. So this table is table 65, maximum chloride content of concrete by weight of cement materials, and there are 4 columns in that. One is concrete type, other one is concrete made with sulfate resisting Portland cement, and the other one is concrete made with other cementitious materials than SRPC. Now it says in concrete type, this is concrete type for reinforced concrete and other is pre-stressed concrete. In reinforced concrete, it is a chloride concrete made with sulfate resisting Portland cement, that's 0.15%, not more than that. That is reinforced concrete, and pre-stressed concrete is only 0.08%. Whereas concrete made with other cementitious materials than SRPC, and that is approximately, if you use 0.5 in that, in concrete made with sulfate resisting Portland cement, it's 0.3 in this case chloride concrete made with other cementitious materials, and 0.1 in case of pre-stressed concrete. So we go further down. Type of cementitious material. What is cementitious material? Type of cementitious material. Different types of cementitious materials other offer, different types of cementitious materials offer different resistances to sulfate attack and penetration of chlorides. So these cementitious materials that we add to concrete, they are got different resistances to sulfate attacks and penetration of chlorides. So this is minimum cementitious types, so cementitious content for different concrete grades is given in table 64, and this is table 66 gives different types of cementitious materials and their combinations. Now table 66 is there, says cementitious materials and combinations. This fan is not able to extinguish my heat, no problem. Now this table is cementitious materials and combinations, and there are 4 columns in this: cementitious material and percentage of components, cementitious materials, percentage of components, and BSEN 197-1 is a designation, and ASTM standards, that is also designation. What is that? Let's go through that. In cementitious materials, there is Portland cement number 1, Portland cement number 1, and sulfate resisting cement, and then lead exercise for 11th. So we can move from this point without. I don't have actually time pages to show you what it is, but I can only speak because I'm sorry, this file is there. This software file, file is available in my URLs. You can find that if you are interested, or if you are not interested, I can't help you. So what I say means very hot. Legs, legs are older. It's better if you keep legs cool. Now, as I said, in this table, we have to, let's say Portland cement is shown in this column, cementitious materials. It is cementing material directly, actually, Portland cement. Let's sit relaxed and now it says that cementitious materials, Portland cement, in percentage of components 100%. We are not adding anything to that and using just OPC. That's 100%. That is Portland cement. In designation in BSEN 1971, designation is CEM1. CEM1. It means cement 1. ASTM standard is type 1. So this ASTM also says it's type 1 because before it was not. No. Other one is sulfate resistance Portland cement. You call it SRC, it's called before sulfate resistant cement. And it was also 100% SRPC, sulfate resistance Portland cement. And there's no BSEN in that. It's only ASTM, there is stereos and okay, in this case, 100% surface, type 5, this is SRC, was known as type 5, so type 1 is OPC and type 5 is SRC. Then we go to actually start off cementitious materials, or we may call them supplementary cementing materials generally, because these supplements extend certain properties of cement, talking of OPC, you can say. It supports that, supplements the what OPC does not have or what it doesn't have means. I'm not talking about SRC here, because when cementitious materials are used, SRC is not used, so that's also true. So PC is fly ash, means combination of PC and fly ash, Portland cement and fly ash, and that is cementitious materials, means partly PC and partly fly ash. Let us say 65 to 79% or even 80% Portland cement, and remaining other materials like let's say fly ash is 35 to 21%, 35%, and Portland cement is remaining one. So this is called cement 2 BV. This is a designation according to BSEN 1971 designation, and there is CEM, cementing material, cementitious material 2 BV, and there is no ASTM standard for that. Okay, so let's go to other one, and that is PC, ground granulated blast furnaces. This is Portland cement and combination of ground granulated blast furnaces like GGBS. Here Portland cement is 35 to 65%. Means Portland cement is not 100%, 35 to 65%, and remaining is GGBS, that is 35 to 65%. And this is cementing material 3, and that is per A. So 1 was OPC, cement 1, cement 2 is PC fly ash, and then sulfate resistance is type 5, and ASTM is type 1, which is also CEM1. So fly ash, PC fly ash combination, which is 65 to 79 PC, and then 60 Student to okay. Now we go to BC, ground here with blast furnace slag, which is I say number 3, and this was PC 35 to 65% in balances. GGBS 60.3 this is. So we go further to this, no CTM on that. So triple blend PFFASF. 3 mixed together, that is fly ash, your partner cement, and you know SF. That is 55 to 70% Portland cement, fly ashes, 35 to 25% SF, strength control SF. We will now go to resistance to alkali silica reaction. Resistance to alkali silica reaction. What is that? Means there are chances of alkali silica in your concrete, and you have to resist that one. This is that one, alkali silica. Now what it says, alkali silica reaction is most common form of alkali aggregate reaction. Alkali aggregate reaction. Dry concrete is not prone to cracking by alkali silica reaction. Sorry, some I think blockage in water. Dry concrete is not prone to cracking by alkali silica reaction, as it needs an external source of water to develop sufficiently to cause cracking. It needs external source of water. This is a problem. Something started from, I don't know why I'm okay. Maybe you say why I'm going to sleep. This is my water blockage, water is locked, airlock and water. She is released, That may take some more water better. Because if it's leaking, airlock is making it better. Airlock, in compressor you got airlock. So this is also kind of compressor, small compressor in my stomach. Because airlock as well. I walked yesterday, but it's not too hot. So I got happy. I tried to sit somewhere. Interesting anyway to understand what's going on in this section 5 of Qatar. When I was there in Qatar, this was not that extensive. I was there in 85, 89 and also in 90, I think Can't exactly remember. It was then, yes, 2003, 2004 was there, and they are in 2011. So I didn't find this extension of its specification there. It was normal that time, but now it's good developed, and maybe all other, maybe in UAE, ADNOC has developed. I have not seen that. ADNOC might have developed ADNOC and ADNOC, but ADNOC and ADNOC are same, none but difference. Maybe Abu Dhabi municipality developed something. I'll try to find out something because those are also interesting. So I may take some of them, of course, and we'll see means can we develop here. So dry concrete is not prone to cracking by alkali silica reaction as it needs an external source of water to develop sufficiently to cause cracking. Now, where aggregate contains variety of silica, where aggregate contains varieties of silica susceptible to attack by alkalis from cement and other sources, and concrete is exposed to humid conditions, actions shall be taken to prevent deleterious alkali-silica reaction using recommendations and procedures given in BS EN 2061 and BS 85002. So this is aggregates where different where you know varieties of aggregates and varieties of silica susceptible to attack by alkali. There's variety of silica, and you can say an attack by alkalis from cement and other sources, and concrete is exposed to humid conditions, and actions shall be taken to prevent deleterious alkali silica reaction using recommendations and procedures given in BS EN 2061 and BS 85002. Then recommendations to resist reinforcement corrosion. Recommendation to resist reinforcement corrosion. Okay, no problem to me. Not there, suppose people are there, no there. Now, recommendations to resist the reinforcement corrosion. Now, durability design should start at concept design itself. Concept design. Now, conceiving, when you conceive design, durability must come into mind at time. Durability design should start at concept design stage, and minimum concrete cover. Minimum, I mean to say, wait a minute, the durability design should start at concept design stage, continuing through real professional skill. Okay, durability design should start at concept design stage, continuing through design, detailing specifications and execution phases. Section covers concrete grade, cementitious type, and minimum concrete cover for various exposure classes according to table 6.1. Now table 6.7, now we are going to study provided telecommunication. So we say it's very important to understand. Means the section covers concrete grade, cementitious type and minimum concrete cover for various exposure classes. That is given here, and this table 6.7 provides recommended values of concrete grade and cover thickness to resist reinforcement resistance to level. Now it is provides recommended values of concrete cover, concrete grade and cover thicknesses to resist reinforcement corrosion at different exposure value. Now this table is going to, this is recommended durability requirement to resist reinforcement corrosion, and there are now exposure class, then there is minimum concrete cover definition, and then cementitious type table 6. It's not, there's so many, say there is one number of exposure class, the name of the exposure class and what sort of exposure class it is, and then there is concrete cover and cementitious type is a normal table. Then you see is office of galvanizing, which is going out. So we say, let us say exposure class, we have taken X0, X1, X2, X3, X4, X5, and then minimum concrete grade. So there are X0 to X5 classes, and no risk of corrosion is, that is, you can say what type of risk of corrosion is there. In XO is given what is class of exposure, and X0 is no risk of corrosion, means risk is 0. This means this is lowest class of corrosion where there is no corrosion account. So there is no exposure class is X0. So no risk of corrosion. And then another class is X1, which says it's mild, and X2 says it is moderate, while X4 severe and X5 is extreme. Now it says in XO, which is no risk of corrosion, cover should be 25 millimeter. And what type of cement it is? It is all type. Okay. They have relevant acceptance. So let's say then 25 in this. The other class is X1. That's mild corrosion, where cover is 45, 40, 35, 30, and that depends on. So one column is C30, then is C40, C50, C60, C75. So that's what it says about durability, and you see cover here in mild case is 45 mm cover, and in others the minimum is 40 mm, 30 mm, 35 and 30. That's all 77, and this is in classes. Okay, then we go to X1, that is mild, and it is 45 cover in C30, and it is 40 in C40, and this is 35 in C50, and it is C60, that's 30 mm, and there is no need of 75. So it says the higher grade of concrete is lesser cover. Yeah, the example is lesser cover. Yeah, no. Okay, then we go to other class, and that is aggressive class. Aggressive class means where uh, we say C30 we don't consider. You can say this is then C40, and this aggressive class is 70 cover increasing. It's going to increase 70, and then in C50 it is 65, and C60 it is 60, and in C75 it is 50. This means increase in grade means decrease in cover. So highest grade concrete means lowest grade cover. The same thing as keeping hospital. So we say that aggressive class, we understand this starts at C40 and this is 70, and in C50 this is 65, and then C60 and 60, and C. So we understand that, right? It's not very difficult to pick up what we're saying. So this aggressive class, then we go to X4. A severe class means more difficult than that one. So in this there is no C30. In C40 also, this is 75, C50 is 70, and in C60 is 65. Aggressive class. Now this was severe class. Now we go to extreme class, and no C30 in C40. This is 80 extreme, and this is C50 is 75, C60 is 70, and C75 is 65. And it says that high level of cement replacement is required for So now we come back to after extreme class to minimum concrete grade, which is C30, C40, C50, C60, C75. High level of cement replacement is required for severe and extreme exposure conditions. Other protection measures such as coated reinforcement or surface treatment may be considered. Now, recommendation to resist sulfate attacks. Okay, no problem. Recommendations to resist sulfate attack. Let us read also for sake of reading, because there are different methods now. Exposure classification shall be identified based on sulfate and magnesium contents in ground and groundwater. It says exposure classification shall be identified based on sulfate and magnesium contents. Okay. Exposed classification means identification based on sulfate and magnesium contents in ground and groundwater. So this is research on ground and groundwater. pH and mobility of groundwater in given in table 6.2. Here mobility of groundwater is also pictured in. Recommended concrete specifications requirements in terms of concrete grade and cementitious types are given in table 6.6. This is below. Recommended concrete specification requirements in terms of concrete grade and continuous types are given 6.8. Unless stated otherwise by engineer or project designs, alright, then we say unless stated otherwise by engineer or project designs, all concrete below ground shall have surface protection to prevent movement of moisture from ground through the universe. Already know. Sometimes we have to rest, Unless stated otherwise by engineer or project designs, all concrete below ground shall have surface protection to prevent movement of moisture from ground through foundation into superstructure. Method of protection shall be in accordance with section 15 of QCS, and that is as approved by Qatar standards, and section as through foundation to superstructure methods of protection shall be in accordance with section 15 of Qatar Qatar standards. Now table 6 says 6.8 recommended theory requirements to resist sulfate action. Sulfate action, say there are 3 columns in this exposure class, then minimum concrete grade, and then cementitious type. What's that? Switching. I have to do it, no problem. test table like this. Now exposure class is S1, S2, S3, S4, S5, that is sulfate related, and minimum concrete grade is, that is C35 is minimum in that case. C35, C40, C50, C50, C60, C60, C75 in various classes. In S1 it has taken 35, C35. In S2, C40 and C50. In S3, C50 and C60. In S4, C80 and C75. Or C60 and C75, and S5 is C note below. Now these are about cement is types. What type of cement they should have? That is, one is rupees 55, other is and you can say S1 is 3335 and cementitious type is all in that. Then C35 it says for S1 and all types of cement. No problem. Okay, then we move further. In same table, because I just had break on that, because this is very important table to understand. It's related to sulfate resistors which are in ground and must be important, and that's why I said that. But again, I speak on this because I am also getting a little lazy, and I don't know why this message has come again. Good morning, Chudurayu. It's okay. And then. So S1, as I said, that's sulfate 1. Sulfate 1 is C35 and cementitious type, all types. Then S2, that is C40 or C50 depending on the requirement, and that is triple blend. You can say SR, PC, PCFA, PCGBS, all can be added in this. Sulfate resistant Portland cement can be used, or Portland cement with fly ash can be used. Portland cement is GGBS, ground glass furnaces, that can be used. Then there is S3, that is C50 or C60, and it's also in triple band, as is SU, PCR, PCFA, whatever. See, IMC class you can say. So it's like that. So it's triple blend. It's if you see S5, you don't. There are in 50 S1 no classifications. Because we are talking of concrete, it's not easy to understand directly because concrete is a very complicated topic. So we have to understand gradually where we have to use what material, where we have to avoid what material. That's the important point in concrete, very important factor for production of quality concrete. As we have said in the sulfate resistance item here, the sulfate resistance is not easy job because you see there are various chemicals in soil, sulfate, or we can say chlorides, or water mobility is there. So we need protection of surface in that. And that protection is carried by certain materials which are water resistant materials. We use in foundations particularly water proof membrane, water resistant membrane. There's bituminous membrane, or we apply direct chemicals by brush or by something else so that water cannot penetrate into concrete. In case where mobile water or to mobility within ground itself, water reaches a foundation level and then can hold and we hold. So we say if we, when you do excavation, when you do blinding concrete, and on that blinding will not say when you concrete like you do. Here people don't call it blinding, just that's the only purpose is to remove unevenness of excavated surface or truss surface is up and down to bring to that level of foundation. We do concrete and that varies from around 675 average. So on that we apply waterproofing. Waterproofing horizontal surface means waterproofing or horizontal portion of foundation and both sides. Now we have to take care of those bottom concrete surface, side surfaces, top of foundation surfaces, and columns that are going into foundation and below ground surfaces. All that portion is put on side so that so that's point here. Now when I say this is not, I will go to, this is what I mean say up to C60, C75 I said S4. So one was S1, that was C35 and all concrete can be there, and S2 which is C40 and C50, in which case you can say all triple blends can be used, and S3 where C50 and C60 are graded as all triple blend and SRPC, PCFA, PCGBS, whatever way you can do blending. And in S4 that is C60, C75, further higher triple band, and then certain notes are there which we have gone through. This S5 requires special treatment when sulfate content exceeds 6,000 milligram per liter, 6,000 milligram per liter, and magnesium content exceeds 1,000 milligram per liter. So that is a special case. Then S5 is important, and S5 means what to do with that. No, when this is case, S5 is note and C note. So now durability related properties that we have to see. What is durability related properties of concrete? I'll take this talk of concrete a little more because I have to talk up to 7:30 and it's now 5:50. So if I take whole time like yesterday, I will miss FIDIC. I don't want to miss FIDIC as well in this discussion, but I want to catch as much as concrete also because this is a very important property. This is very important discussion. Now this charge is full. If I put it off for half an hour, it may be better from the point. So I put this charge little runs it down for half an hour, and I can exclude after half an hour, doesn't matter. Now, durability related properties is durability spelling is Durability. Durability of concrete is greatly influenced by ability of concrete cover to resist movement of liquid and gas through concrete. Hence, penetration, or you say entry of moisture, you can say movement of liquid and gas through concrete. So that is through cover, because the ability of concrete cover. Then second is commonly used test for assessing transportation or transport properties of concrete. Transport properties of concrete, commonly used test for assessment of or assessing transport properties of concrete are listed in table 6.9 together with typical values. Now lower value indicates more durable concrete. Let's go and see. Now values are currently specified for various exposure classes but may be requested by engineer. Table 6.9 gives recommended durability related properties and typical values for development of mixed design and comparative performance as given in Concrete Society CS 163. For severe and extreme exposures, it is recommended to use high durable concrete. Table 6.9 now. We'll see table 6.9 what it says. Table 6.9 recommended properties and typical values for concrete. Now there are 4 columns, and one is concrete property name and then test methods, and then there is a column which is further divided into one age range between 28 and 90 days of concrete, that is production of concrete. Then there's high durability and there is minimum durability. High durability and minimum durability. So water absorption property, what it says, concrete property is water absorption. Test method is BS 1881 part 122, and this is high durability in this range of 28 and 90 days. High durability is 2%, means high durability is 2% and minimum durability is 4%. That is water absorption. It absorbs water 2%, means not 4%. 2% means it's going to be higher in durability, and if it's absorbing more water percentage, this is not high but minimum durability. So that's why I say porosity or absorption of water through concrete means in case of 2% it's better concrete, it's having less absorption power, and in 4% it's not better. There is chance that it's porous and permeable in there, so water can enter there. So that is absorption here, is not penetration. Now penetration comes in that case penetration can be measured in millimeters, while water absorption here is measured by 2% of, must be when water penetration is in millimeters, and that should be BSEN 12390-8 and is 5 millimeter in case of high durability, and it is 30 millimeter in case of minimum durability. See difference, 6 millimeter to 30 millimeter means 5 times more it's absorbing water, it's penetrating water, so that is minimum durable, and it's taking only 5 minutes better. This is more durable, high durable, just like 2% absorption and 4% absorption. This is high and minimum, so respectively, and also there's absorption, and this is penetration means 5 mm penetration to 30 mm penetration. 5 millimeter penetration means high durable and minimum durability is 30 mm. So rapid chloride permeability, that's also very important part. Rapid chloride penetration of permeability RCP. Test method ASTMC 1202 and age same as 28-90 days. In this case of high durability should be 500 columns, and in case of minimum durability should be 4,000 columns. you can see a difference of 500 and 4,000, about 8 times. So there's a difference. Means lesser penetration or lesser quantity of chloride means chloride not being allowed to permeable to penetrate or permeate into water. And the thing that if concrete allows that much, high chloride permeability means loss of, this is high durability is 5 less permeable, only 500 columns and 4,000 columns, a big difference. So if you go on increasing rapid chloride penetration and reach up to 4,000 columns, durability is minimum on as progress further. Enough of that is shown in. Next we go to concrete shall be tested. 1 minute please, 1 minute. There's chloride migration as well, chloride migration, and that is test method is anti-build 492, anti-build 492. This is age between 28 and 90 days. High durability means 2 into 2.0 into 10 to power minus 12 meter square per second, and 2 into 10 to power minus 12, and then 9 into 10 to power minus 12 meters square per second. You can imagine how small is that. So chloride migration is that. Now concrete shall be tested for any of transport properties. So this is transport properties. Now you can say concrete shall be tested for any of transport properties when requested by engineer and shall be tested at 28 days. Exception be made for concrete mixture containing fly ash, silica fumes or CCBS, microsilica, which is and essential. So that was one part of durability. Now we say design of concrete, and you can say also exception will be made for concrete mixing containing fly ash, silica fumes, or GGBS where testing shall be requested at 56 or 90 days. Now design of concrete mixes. What's that point? That point is very important. Design of concrete mixes. Now at start of construction period, contractor shall design a mix for each grade of concrete as stated above. Right, let me take some more water. I'm feeling thirsty. Let me finish this, and it's only 48 pages today we covered, but this is very important topic we are covering. 6 o'clock. I take this concrete to 6:30, and I'll shift over to carbon credit. Now, at start of construction period, contractor design a mix. Shall design a mix for each grade of concrete as stated hereafter. Each mix design shall be such that a aggregate shall comprise fine aggregate, we know, and coarse aggregate with such specified in section. Part 2 we have known that. Combined aggregate grading shall be continuous. Combined aggregate grading shall be continuous. Aggregate quantity shall be calculated by weight and not by volume. Now, where a concrete production facility has strength test records not more than 12 months old, a sample standard deviation and shall be established test records from which sample standard deviation is calculated consist of at least 30 consecutive tests or two groups of consecutive tests totaling to at least 30 tests. Where a concrete production facility does not have strength test records meeting requirements, you can say of 6.6, that is 3 above, but does have test records not more than 12 months old based on 15 to 29 consecutive tests, a sample standard deviation shall be established as product of calculated sample standard deviation and modern modification factor of T says. Now that is, let's me repeat this, there's some confusion in this. It says when a concrete production facility does not have strength test records meeting requirement of 663 above, but does not have test records not more than 12 months old, but based on 15 to 20 consecutive tests, a sample standard deviation shall be established to reveal great So it's now, it says that, but does not have record not more than 12 months old based on 15 to 29 consecutive tests, a sample standard deviation shall be established as product of calculated sample standard deviation and modification factor of table 610. And what is that? Table 610, modification factor of our sample standard deviation when less than 30 tests are conducted. Now it's modification factor for sample standard deviation table, it is where when less than 30 tests are available. In this there are two columns, number one is number of tests and then modification factor for sample standard deviation. So less than 15 tests means use para 7 below, which we will see later on. Now 15 tests, number of tests are 15, so 1.16 is modification factor, and if there are 20 tests then 1.08 is you can say modification factor, and 25 and there's 1.03, and if it's 30 is 1. This means if you have 30 samples it's the actual result, and then if you have 25 lesser than that, then we have to adjust 3%, and this 20 means you have to adjust 8% from 1, and then it is, if it's less than 55, then 7 says now interpolate for intermediate number of tests, then modified sample standard deviation assessed to be used to determine required average strength FCR. Now it is to determine correction factor between cube So we can say here, as we said, to determine correction factor between cube strength and cylinder strength, it is there, as we said before. This was modification factor. So it says interpol for intermediate number of tests, that is in the table. Modified sample standard deviation is to be used to determine required average strength FCR. Now it is counting property requirements continues, and to determine correction factor between tube strength and cylinder strength as correction factor is required, and contract shall establish at least 30 consecutive strength tests from each proposed mix design. This correction will remain valid through project, providing that no change or Alright, so we continue like this to determine concrete factor between tube strength and cylinder strength. Contractors shall establish a test at least 30 consecutive strength tests from each proposed mix design. This correction shall remain valid through project, providing that no change in properties of materials and no change in sources occur. After that, required average compressive strength, target mean strength FCR used as basis for selection of concrete proportions shall be determined from table 611 using sample standard deviation. So now it's because sample this table 611, which gives required target mean strength when data are available to establish a sample standard deviation. Sample standard deviation. Now there are two columns in this: specified compressive strength, that is in Newton per meter square or MPa, and there is another one, required average compressive strength, target mean strength and millimeter square or MPa. So required mean area strength. Now it says specified compressive strength in Newton per meter square MPa and required average compressive strength, target mean strength and meter square or MPa. Let's say FC is less than or equal to 35 MPa, and this value of FCR and FCR, and this is equal to f dash c small f dash c plus 1.34 SS, and other one is just plus 2.33 S 995. And then also if your second case FC is greater than this was previous of 135 less than 35 MPa, so this was FCR so to FC plus 1.34 SS and FCR FC plus 2.33 SS minus 3.5. So equation 1, equation 2 in that. Equation 1 is that average compressive strength, target mean strength, and as F dash CR is equal to F dash C plus 1.34 SS, and equation 1 and 2 is F dash CR is equal to FC plus 2.3 SS minus 3.5. So here is F dash C, that second one more than 35 or greater than 35 MPa. In this says F dash CR is equal to FC plus 1.34 S. That's equation 1, and F dash CR is equal to 0.9 F dash C1. F dash C1 plus 2.33 S. Now use large value compounded from any equation. When a concrete production facility does not have field strength test records, when a concrete production in the facility does not have field strength test records, For calculation of SS, required average strength, target mean strength, force shall be determined as follows. F dash CR is equal to F dash C plus 8.5 A when B is less than. Also, we go now to other one, and that is when a concrete production phase doesn't have record, will strengthen. The records for calculation of SS deviation and required average strength, target mean strength, F dash CR shall be determined as follows. And there's F dash CR number 1 is going to be F dash C plus 8.5 MPa when 20 days less than FC is less than 35. So it will be 10 days SC. Now you see bottom. Now we'll see F dash CR is equal to F dash C plus 8.5 MPa when 20 is less than F dash C is 35 less than 35 MPa, and F dash CR is equal to 1.1 FC plus 5 MPa when FC is greater than 35 MPa. Now we move to concrete actually. Why this no voice? What's not functioning reason? I don't know. There's why this voice is not working? Reason I don't know. Reason is a problem. Audio service is not running. Why it's not running? Question is that. Why it's not working? My voice audio device service is not running. Why not running? I don't know reason for that. Why not running? Versus currently playing sound, default communication device. Select which device should be around volume controls. Why is not showing? How is that person working? I don't know what is it. I think there's a problem. This is not working well. Let me try by some because in just a minute please. Let me do some correction here. It's not working. There's some problem here. What not working now? Let me open some Bluetooth and see it's working or not. It's not working. No.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं धर्मेंद्र। आप देख रहे हैं ऑनलाइन मीडिया। उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ से
It's working. Why audio plus KPCS? There's notice coming here. Whether it's the guys are listening, I don't know. audio 31.6 kbps, focus, video 107.2, audio is on here, then it should not say why it's saying low here, I don't know that. Okay, so well, we continue. I like this. Maybe there's some problem here. Okay, all right. Concrete now. Concrete is Portland cement concrete shall consist of a mixture of cementitious materials, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, water, and additives. Change sounds to the events. I don't know if it's getting people or not. We'll see. I'll see. Let us see what happens. I think there's some problem with this. It's too low, 3025 kbps. No problem. Maybe let us see. Portland cement concrete shall consist of a mixture of cementitious materials, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, water, and additives when required. It shall be classified as in table 6.4 unless otherwise stated hereinafter and requested by engineer. And also, its concrete, Portland cement concrete shall consist of mixture of cementitious materials and cementitious materials, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, water, and additives. When required, shall be classified as in table 6.4 unless otherwise stated hereinafter and requested by engineer. Blinding concrete. Blinding concrete shall be minimum grade C15 and above. Blinding, as we said, we call blinding when to just start concrete at formation level, just to remove unevenness of the ground after compacting that. Often compacted to required density, and we lay just to remove that unevenness of levels, and minimum 50 to 75 mm, generally 75 mm average. That's called blinding concrete. And then thickness of blinding concrete shall be as shown on drawings, but shall in no instance be less than 75 mm. And surface finish to blinding concrete shall be class U4 as specified in clause 931 of part 9 of the select section as directive or static engineering. It should be in such a way that it can receive waterproofing layer, waterproofing membrane, and work on that accordingly. It's not very so smooth. No, it's not ordinary surface where application can be done. Then we can say massive concrete now. Massive concrete, actually. There's some confusion of word in term massive or mass. So I call it massive, and it says fresh concrete temperature. Fresh concrete temperature at placing shall not exceed 21 degrees Celsius. Fresh concrete temperature at placing shall not exceed 21 degrees Celsius. To minimize thermal cracking, this is beauty of massive block concrete. Massive block concrete, that its temperature should not exceed 21 degrees, and where member is greater than 1.5 meter dimension, as we learned before, and higher temperature of up to 27 degrees may be accepted with a demonstration of satisfactory performance of concrete including markup and thermal calculations. Generally 24 degrees is practically done, as I have experienced, not more than 24 degrees. Well, it's saying 27 degrees provided there's a with the demonstration of satisfactory performance of concrete including markup and thermal calculations. A maximum allowable differential temperature between interior and exterior of mass concrete element shall not exceed 20 degrees Celsius. So that's what is important. Maximum allowable differential temperature, maximum allowable differential temperature between interior and exterior of mass concrete element shall not exceed 20 degrees Celsius. Maximum temperature, this says differential temperature between interior and exterior of mass concrete should not exceed 20 degrees. Maximum temperature in any location, in whatever location within mass concrete structure during curing shall not exceed 70 degrees. Maximum temperature in any location, whatever location within massive concrete structure during curing shall not exceed 70 degrees Celsius. Drop in concrete surface temperature during and at conclusion of specified curing. Drop in concrete surface temperature during and at conclusion of specified curing period shall not exceed 11 degrees Celsius in any 24 hours period. Says drop in concrete surface temperature during and at conclusion of specified curing period shall not exceed 11 degrees Celsius in any 24 hours period. This is regarding massive concrete. And if we go on to self-compacting concrete now, self-compacting concrete. It says audio service is not running. I don't understand that. Maybe it's because of that. So, what to do? Self-compacting concrete. I'm surprised to see whether should continue, should stop here. I don't know. It's waste of time if this device is not working. Audio service is not working. Sorry. Now let me put off. Let me put off this up to 7. Let me put off this element. Let me see how it performs now. I don't know how it performs or not. My face is visible or not visible still. Okay, let's see. Self-compacting concrete. General self-compacting concrete SCC is a special concrete that requires minimum or no vibration. Minimum or no vibration for placing and compaction. Self-compacting concrete is a special concrete that requires minimum or no vibration for placing and compaction. It's able to flow under its own weight, completely filling formwork and achieving full compaction, even in presence of congested reinforcement. Hardened concrete is dense, homogeneous and has same engineering properties and durability as traditional vibrated fully compacted concrete. So it says again, general is self-compacting concrete SCC is a special concrete that requires minimum or no vibration for placing and compaction. It's able to flow under its own weight, completely filling formwork and achieving full compaction even in presence of congested reinforcement. Hardened concrete is dense, homogeneous and has same engineering properties and durability as traditional vibrated fully compacted concrete. So that's beauty of self-compacted concrete, that it automatically compacts itself. And self-compacting concrete supplier SCC shall be supplied by a competent concrete producer with a record of successfully producing this type of concrete at considerable volume and with high consistency. Constituent materials general. This is a constituent materials for SCC are same as those used in traditional concrete, conforming to EN 2061 as specified in part 2 of this section. To achieve these requirements, control of constituent materials, needs be increased and tolerable variations restricted. Achieve these requirements, control of constituent materials need be increased and tolerable variations restricted, so that daily production of SCC is within conformity criteria without need to test and adjust every batch. Okay. What it says? Let me see this. It says constituent materials. It says constituent materials for SCC are same as those used in traditional concrete, conforming to EN 2061 as specified in part 2 of this section. To achieve these requirements, control of constituent materials needs be increased. We have to increase control and tolerable variations restricted, so that daily production of SCC is within conformity criteria without need to test and or adjust every batch. Now, recommended test requirements for SCC are laboratory tests and field tests. So what is, first of all, is a slump test, V-funnel, L-box 33 bars and J-ring. Now what we are saying is slump flow, that is slump flow. Now laboratory test is 600 to 750 mm, 600 to 750 mm, that is flow of slump. 600 to 750 mm, it's quite big. Then laboratory test, then field test is 550 to 750 mm. Now V funnel, this is 6 to 25 seconds and not applicable for field test, so it is only in laboratory test. Then L box 3 bars, and this is L box 3 bars, that is only greater than 0.8, and this only for laboratory. And then J ring, that is less than equal to 10 mm, only for laboratory, not applicable in field test. That's also now Concrete specimens shall be molded in single layer without rodding or tapping. So no need of tapping this cube. Just fill it up. That's all. Slump flow and VSI testing shall be performed as outlined in European guidelines. For SCC, BSEN 12350-8 and BSEN 12350-9 or ACI 237R07 ASTMC 1611-C 1611 and pile concrete. This was pile concrete now. Cementitious content shall not be less than 380 kg per meter cube. This is content. Cementitious content shall not be less than 380 kg per meter cube as specified in section 4. Water cementitious ratio shall not exceed 0.45 and concrete mixture shall be designed of high slump, not less than 150 mm, allowing proper free fall with excellent homogeneity. When concrete mixture requires slump of greater than 230 mm, it shall be designed as self-compacting concrete or as instructed by engineer. Concrete slump shall have adequate workability retention. Concrete slump shall have adequate workability retention using approved type of retarder and shall be submitted in design mix. Increase of workability shall not permit any decrease in specified design strength. Concrete in a pile shall, if at all possible, be placed in one continuous operation. Underwater concrete. I think it's now around 6:33. Should we shift to FID? Let me finish this better. Underwater concrete. My voice is going on. I'm not doubtful today because audio is not working. Voice is not working. I don't know reason for that. I never noticed that, audio service is not running. How it can run? So running here, SSL device is there, speaker, application, system sounds, Google Chrome, application, high default volume device, it says working, it's not saying working there. This is confusion, Well, let's continue. So underground water, what says? Underground or underwater concrete, not underground, underwater concrete and shall comply with ACI 304 Chapter 8. It shall comply with ACI 30 Chapter 8 and you'll see that already. B. Cementitious content shall not be less than 390 kg per meter cube, and that's for underwater. Higher content of water, cementitious ratio must not exceed 0.4. Water cement ratio and it must not exceed 0.4. And fine aggregate contents of 45 to 55 degrees, percentage. Fine aggregate contents is 45 to 55% by volume of total aggregates, and air contents of up to approximately 5% are generally specified. Concrete shall be more cohesive and less prone to washout. Concrete shall be more cohesive and less prone to washout. More cohesive and less prone to washout of cement or fines from concrete during placement. Anti-wash admixture of alternative concrete mix shall be used for underground concrete. So we can say when we move, we can say something like that. Concrete shall be more cohesive and less prone to washout of cement or fines from concrete during placement. Anti-washout admixture or alternative concrete mix shall be used for underground concrete. Anti-washout mixture. So concrete shall be more cohesive and less prone to washout of cement or fines from concrete during placement. Anti-washout admixture or alternative concrete mix shall be used for underwater concrete. Trial placements shall be conducted. Trial placements shall be conducted to verify that concrete proportion with anti-washout admixture can maintain adequate slump life and can flow for required distance. So again we read these two paragraphs, important paragraphs. It says because concrete shall be more cohesive and less prone to washout of cement or fines from concrete during placement. Anti-washout admixtures or alternative concrete mix shall be used for underwater concrete. Trial placements shall be conducted to verify that concrete proportion with anti-washout admixture can maintain adequate slump life and can flow for required distance. Concrete mixer shall be designed or have slump not less than 150 mm. Concrete mixture shall be designed of high slump not less than 150 allowing proper free fall with excellent homogeneity. Use of air retaining admixture shall be evaluated as it increases workability. When concrete mixture requires slump of greater than 230 it shall be designed as self-compacted concrete. Increase in slump shall be made using proper admixture. Concrete slump shall have adequate retention using approved type of retarder and shall be submitted in design mix. Increase in workability shall not permit any decrease in specified design strength. Concrete shall be placed in one continuous operation. Final selection of concrete mixture shall be based on test placements made underwater in a placement box or in a pit that can be dewatered after placement. After placement, test placements shall be examined for concrete surface flatness. Okay, then it says concrete shall be placed in one continuous operation. Final selection of concrete mixture shall be based on test placement made underwater in a placement box or in a pit that can be dewatered after placement. Test placements shall be examined for concrete surface flatness, amount of latents present, quantity of concrete at extreme flow distance of test, and flow around embedded items if appropriate. What's time now? It's 6:45, so I should take that. Okay. Let's go now. Let's say after this short create, I think I should take short create the next one. It's only 51 pages today. It's slow, but let me open both files. I think it will be better. So short create is also, or you finish short create and then start back. Restart now that one. Okay, I'll start now Philip for something now because it's 51 pages. I close this. I keep open. Let me see if I can in between talk. That is now Philip and Philip construction. I'm going to start this Philip now. I'll take for some time reading of Philip because yesterday also I could not talk on that. So let's go to it and talk about that. Remaining concrete are tomorrow. I'm going to talk of these notes on preparation of tender documents, and that is particular conditions. Okay. Data, particular conditions part A. Guidance for special non-personal mathematical instruction. Rule 9 in event of termination of agreement, and then it was Rule 10 objection, and then it was Rule 11 challenge procedure. index of sub clauses. So it was rule of challenge procedure. What is that? Rule 11. Let us say we'll finish that objection procedure. And this is rule 9 in event of termination of the agreement, and that was DAP decision. Rule 8 DAP decision, and then the rule 7 hearings, and rule 6 is dispute. So let us say we will start rule 6. I'll go fast in that. Because, now rule okay, no. Now I'm just going to talk about this FedEx. We talked till yesterday. Yesterday I could not talk much on that. Now we were talking about rules of DAP, which is now rule 6 is dispute. Now all it says dispute. The 6.1, if dispute is whatever dispute is referred to DAP in accordance with subclause 21.4.1, reference of a dispute to DAP of conditions of contract, DAP shall proceed in accordance with subclause 21.4, obtaining DAP's decision of conditions of contract, and these DAP rules or others agreed by parties in writing. Now, DAP shall act fairly and impartially between parties and taking due regard of period under subclause 221.4.3 DAP decision of conditions of contract and other relevant circumstances. DAPs shall, number 1a, give each party a reasonable opportunity consistent with expedited nature of DAP proceedings, putting forward its case and responding to other parties' case. Adopt the procedure in coming to its decision that is suitable to dispute, avoidance, unnecessary delay and or expenses. That is how disputes to be referred to. And before this was rule 5, the powers of DAP. I think it's better we review that also, so that this can be easily understood. So that is power. We first review this power of DAP before going further. I should have started this. Now, in addition to powers granted to DAP under conditions of contract, general conditions of DAP agreement, and elsewhere in these rules, parties empower DBA to establish procedures to be adopted to be applied in making site visits and giving informal assistance. So establish procedure to be applied in making site visits and giving informal assistance. And then the next one is establish procedure to be applied in giving decisions under conditions of contract and decide on DAP's own jurisdiction and scope of any dispute referred to DAP. It says that decide the DAP's own jurisdiction and scope of any dispute referred to DAP. So now it says decide on DAB's own jurisdiction and scope of whatever dispute referred to DAP. Now appoint one or more experts, including legal and technical expert with agreement of parties. So we now say that appoint one or more expert, including legal and technical expert, with agreement of parties, decide whether or not there shall be a hearing or more than one hearing if necessary in respect of disputes referred to DAB. Conduct meeting with parties and or any hearing as DAB thinks fit, not being bound by whatever rules. And then you can say conduct any meeting with parties and or any hearing of that thinks fit, not being bound by any rules or product procedures, or for hearing other than initiative in ascending, ascending conduct any meeting with parties and on hearing any DAB thinks fit, not being bound by any rules or procedures for hearing other than those contained in contract and in these rules. Take initiative in ascertaining facts and matters required for that decision, and you make use of DAB member own specialist knowledge if any decide on payment of finance charges and accordance with contract, decide on any provisional relief such as interim reconstruction. In that case, you can say take initiative in ascending facts and matters required for DAP decision. Make use of DAP members' own special knowledge, if any. Decide on payment of financing charges in accordance with contract. Decide on any provisional relief such as interim or conservatory measures. Open up, review and revise any certificate, decision, determination, instruction, opinion or valuation of its acceptance, agreement, approval, consent, disapproval, no objection, permission or similar act by engineer that is relevant to dispute, and proceed with DAP's activities in absence of a party who, after receiving a notification from DAP, fails to comply with subclause 6.3 of GC. DAP shall have discretion to decide whether and to what extent powers granted to DAP under conditions of contract are GC, and these rules may be excised. Rule 6, disputes, as we just talked, we again talked, no problem. Rule 6 is, I'll fast. Dispute is referred to DAB in accordance with subclause 2141, reference to disputes to DAAB of conditions of contract. DAB shall proceed in accordance with subclause 21.4. So, if any dispute is referred to DAB in accordance with subclause 21.41, reference of a dispute to DAB of conditions of contract, DAB shall proceed in accordance with subclause 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision of conditions of contract and these DAB decisions, the DAB rules are otherwise agreed by parties in writing. DAB shall act fairly and impartially between parties and take talking and taking due regard to period under subclause 21.4.3 DAB's decision of conditions of contract and other relevant circumstances. DAB shall check. I'm sorry. Okay, then we say now DAB is now says shall act fairly and impartially between parties and take due regard to periods under subclause 21.4.3 DAB's decision of conditions of contract and other relevant circumstances. DAB shall give each party reasonable opportunity consistent with the expedited nature of DAB proceedings of putting forward its case and, and okay, then adopt a procedure in coming to its decision that is suitable to dispute avoiding unnecessary delay and all. So give each party reasonable opportunity, that's one, consistent with expedited nature of DAB proceedings of putting forward its case and responding to other parties' case. Okay, then say what next is this was disputes. Now this is here in 7. What is about here in this? So we have seen these judgments, or you can say hearings have been done, but before that disputes. So JAB has total power, DAB has total power to regards to procedures that to be adopted and how to integrate as necessary to call him that. And these representative lawyers should be there because they are there in this. So we go further now. Disputes we will see. We have gone through 4-5 paragraphs. Now we say hearings. Now, in addition to powers under Rule 5.1 above and except as otherwise agreed in writing by parties, DAB shall have powers to a. Why these people are sending for nothing again? I'm surprised with these people. Alright, so what to do now? Let us see very clearly. Now, hearing I'm talking, this is in addition to powers under Rule 5 and above, and except as otherwise agreed in writing by parties, DAB shall have powers to decide on decide on date and place for any hearing in consultation with parties, and decide on duration of hearing and and also request that written documentation request that written documentation and argument from parties be submitted to it prior to hearing. So written arguments must be submitted prior to hearing. Request that written documents and arguments from parties be submitted to it prior to hearing. Adopt an inquisitional procedure during hearing. Request production of documents and oral submissions by parties. Now let's move further on this. This is very important topic now. The dispute resolutions, and so it is saying that your documents you have done and hearing when you have decided, and then request attendance of person at hearing that tab considers may assist in exercising tab's power under such paragraph of Rule 5.1. Refuse we can say refuse administration to health. It's very terrific, Sometimes so boring it is, you cannot say how to interpret that. What this nonsense is, So it is here. Yes, now is request production of documents and oral submissions by parties, and before that adopt an inquisitorial procedure during hearing, request production of documents and oral submission by parties at any hearing that the app considers may assist in exercising that considers may assist in exercising DAP's power under subparagraph Rule 5A. Request attendance of persons at any hearing that DAP considers may assist in exercising DAP's power under subparagraph Rule 5.1. Above. Refuse admission to any hearing or audience at any hearing to any persons other than representatives of employer, contractor, and engineer. Proceed in any absence of any party who DAP is satisfied receive timely notice of hearing.
Yeah.
Adjourn any hearing as and when DAP considers further investigation by one party or both parties would benefit resolution of disputes for such time as investigation is carried out, and ensure that hearing promptly thereafter. DAP shall not express any opinion. DAP shall not express any opinion during any hearing concerning merits of any arguments advanced by either party in respect of dispute. DAP shall not give any informal assistance during hearing, but if parties request informal assistance during any hearing, hearing shall be adjourned for such time as DAP is giving informal assistance. If hearing is so adjourned for longer than 2 days period under subclause 21.4.3, DAP's decision of conditions of contract shall be temporarily suspended. DAP's decision of conditions of contract shall be temporarily suspended until date that hearing is resumed, and hearing shall be resumed promptly after DAP has given such informal assistance. Now DAP's decision. 8 is DAP's decision. DAP shall make and give its decision within time allowed under subclause 21.4, obtaining DAP's decision of conditions of contract or other time as may be proposed by DAP and agreed by parties in writing. Now, in case of 3 members DAP, it shall meet in private after hearing, if any, in order to have discussions and to start preparation of its decision. DAP members shall use all reasonable endeavors to reach an unanimous decision. It's not possible for DAP members to reach a unanimous decision. Applicable decision shall be made by a majority of DAP members who may require majority DAB members to prepare a separate written report with reasons and supporting particulars, which shall be issued to parties, and if DAB members fails to attend a hearing if any, DAB members meeting fulfill any required function other than agreeing to a unanimous decision. If a DAB member fails to attend a hearing, if any DAB members meeting fulfill any required function other than agreeing to a unanimous decision, other members shall nevertheless proceed to make a decision unless of which other members and parties have received a notification from DAB member. DAB member has suspended his services. DAB members has suspended his services under subparagraph of subclause 97 of GCR, otherwise agreed by parties in writing. Now, if after giving a decision, DAB finds, and in case of 3-member DAB, they again unanimously or by majority that decision contained any error of a typographical or clerical nature or of an arithmetical nature, then chairman of DAB or sole DAB member, as case may be, shall within 14 days after giving decision advise parties of error and issue an addendum to its original decision in writing to parties. If within 14 days of receiving a decision from DAB either party finds a typographical, clerical or arithmetic error in decision, that party may request DAB to correct such error. This shall be a written request and shall clarify identity of error. If within 14 days of receiving decision from DAB, either party believes that such decision contains an ambiguity, party may request clarification from DAB. This shall be a written request and shall clearly identify ambiguity. DAB shall respond to request under Rule 8.4 or Rule 8.5 above within 14 days of receiving request. DAB may decline as its sole discretion and with no requirement to give reasons any request for clarification under Rule 8.5 if DAB agrees in case of 3-member DAB, they agree unanimously or by majority that decision did not contain error or ambiguity as described in request. It may correct its decision by issuing an addendum to its original decision in writing to parties, in which case addendum shall be issued together with DAB's response under this rule. If DAB issues an addendum to its original decision under Rule 8.3 or 8.6 above, such an addendum shall form part of decision and period stated in subparagraph C of sub plus 2144. Dissatisfaction with DAB's decision of conditions of contract shall be calculated from dates that parties receiving decision addendum. After this is Rule 9, that's in state in event of termination of DAB agreement. There's Rule 9 and I think then Rule 10 and then I think Rule 11 and then there's no rule at all, I think. Then these rules I should finish now. So this is rule 8, so I go to rule 9. In event of termination of DAB agreement, that's the point here, and time I have all few minutes left, so let us see what it works. It says, in event of termination of DAB agreement, it is on date of termination of DAB members DAB agreement arising from resignation or termination under clause 10 of general conditions and DAB in dealing with any dispute under subclause. So let's see what's time left here. Battery is 48 minutes remaining, so I put batteries on. Hold on please. I will put this on. Batteries are on again, so that now rule 9, in event of termination of DAB agreement, if on date of termination of DAB mentioned DAB if on date of termination of DAB member DAB agreement arising from resignation or termination under clause 10 of GC, DAB is dealing with any dispute under subclause 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision at conditions of contract. A period under subclause 21.4.3, DAB's decision of conditions of contract shall be temporarily suspended. That is, in event of termination of the agreement. This is period under which period under subclause 21.4.3, DAB's decision of conditions of contract shall be temporarily suspended, and when his replacement DAB member is appointed in accordance with subclause 221.1 constitution of DAB or of conditions of contract, full period under subclause 21.4.3, DAB's decision of conditions of contract shall apply from date of replacement DAB members appointment. Now in case of this 9, in case of 3-member DAB, and if one member is DA's agreement is terminated as a result of designation or termination under clause 10 of GC, other members shall continue as members of DAB, except that they shall not conduct any hearing or make any decision prior to replacement of DAB member, unless otherwise agreed jointly by parties and other members. Rule 10, objection procedure. The following procedure shall apply to objection against DAB member. What is that? A. Objection. This objecting party shall within 7 days of becoming aware of facts and or events giving rise to objection, give a notification to DAB member of its objection. This notification shall state that it's given under this rule, state reasons for objection, substantiate objection by setting out facts and describing events on which objection is based, with supporting particulars, and by simultaneously copy to other party and other members. Now within 7 days after receiving a notice under subparagraph A above, objected DAB member shall respond to objecting party. This response shall be simultaneously copied to other party and other members. If no response is given by DAB member within 7 days period, DAB member shall be deemed to have given a response denying matters on which object is based. Within 7 days after receiving or objected DAB member's response, under 7 subparagraph B. For there is no such response after expiry of period of 7 days stated in subparagraph B. The above obtaining objecting parties. Then you can say within 7 days after receiving objective member's response under subparagraph B above, if there is no response after the expiry of 7 days stated in subparagraph above, decision party may formally challenge DAB member in accordance with Rule 11 of below. If challenge is not referred to within period of 7 days stated in subparagraph above, objecting party shall be deemed to have agreed to DAB member remaining on DAB and shall not be entitled to object and challenging him or her thereafter on basis of any of facts and evidence stated in notice given under subparagraph above. Now, challenge procedures. Even when objecting party challenges DAP's member within 21 days of learning of effects upon within challenge is based upon procedure. So what's that? If and when objecting party challenges a DAB member within 21 days of learning of facts upon which challenge is based, provisions of this rule shall apply. Challenge is to be decided by International Chamber of Commerce (ICC). Whatever challenge is to be decided by International Chamber of Commerce (ICC) and administered by ICC International Center for ADR, Alternative Disputes Resolution. Procedure for such challenge and information on associate charges to be paid are set out at FIDIC.org and http://iccwbo.org. So then it's index of sub clauses in that, and which is just conditions are there. I'll read for you, but index is there so you can understand what this contract is all about, and then we will start something else here. So this is what it says, what index is in. This is those points we must have gone through. That's what it says. So let us see what actually I speak fast this one. What points are taken in, because this is not, and it's also few minutes more. So we can say that we can move fast on this. So index says that accepted contract amount and sufficiency of access after taking over write-off, access rules and access to site write-off, adjustment of changes in cost, adjustment of change in loss, advance payment, advance warning, agreement contract, agreement of determination, amicable settlement, arbitration, archaeological and geological findings, assignment, assistant authorities, delays caused by an avoidance of interference, then cares of works and care of works and certificate performance and claims for personal payment and EOT, or can say, and then clearance of site and commitment of works and completion or outstanding when completion or outstanding work and revealing defects and completion statement at and I was there's the care of works, audience of avoidance of interference, care of works, certificate performance claims, Clearance for payment, EOT, clearance of site, commencement of works, completion of outstanding works and remedying defects, completion statement and completion time for conditions on unforeseeable physical, confidentiality, contract termination, contract price, contractor to search, contractor's claims, contractor's documents applies use of, contractor's equipment, contractor's general obligations, contractor's obligations after termination, or obligations test and completion, contractor's operation on site, contractor's personnel, contractor's records and contractor's representative, and contractor's evidence, operation, cost adjustment and or changes. And then it's DAB, C dispute. It's DAB, you can see here. It's DAB, C dispute, avoidance, adjudication board, day work, defective work of site, remedy of and defects, failure to remedy, defects and rejection, defects notification period, extension of defects remedy, and definitions, delay damages, delayed drawings and balancing, and then delays caused by auto analysis. Then you can say defects, failure to remedy, defects and rejections, defects negotiation, notifications period, defects remedies, definitions, delay damages, delayed drawings and instructions, delay caused by authorities, discharged and disorderly conduct, dispute avoidance, adjudication board and dispute avoidance, adjudication board decision, failure to comply with, and dispute avoidance, adjudication board's decision, dispute avoidance, adjudication board, and no DAB in place and dispute avoidance, adjudication board members, and failure to appoint the dispute avoidance of the documents care and the supply of documents continue contractors to use to employer and documents and for employers use of documents. So E, and then they can say is act, dispute avoidance, then disputes avoidance of documents, care and supply of documents, contractors and use of employers document, documents compliance, use of contractors document, documents preview of duty to minimize delay. Employers supplied material and employers equipment, employers claims occurrences of payment, employers documents, contractors use, employers financial arrangements, and employers liability, cessation of employers personal and other contractors, engineer delegation by engineer replacement by, you can say, let's see that engineers duties and authority, engineers instructions, engineers and then you can say employers documents, then employers financial arrangements, employers liability, and employers personnel and other contractors, engineer delegation by engineer replacement, engineers duties, engineers instructions, engineers representatives, environment protection, exceptional events, notice an exceptional event, extension of defects notification, extension of time for completion, failure to pass test on completion. FPC, issue of goods transport or health and safety objections, obligations, health and safety, personal, indemnities by contractor, indemnities by employer, indemnities shared, inspections, insurance to be provided by contractor, and insurance in general requirements, instructors delayed drawings or intellectual and industrial property rights, and interference or advancement of interference. Then we go to one, indemnities by contract, indemnities is shared, inspections, then insurance, and then insurance general instructions, intellectual and industrial property rights, and interference violence and interference with personal comparison, interference with Then after that we go to insurance, cover insurance, interpretation, indemnity inspection, and you can say insurance to be provided by contract insurance, general requirement, instructions related drawing, intellectual and industrial property rights, interference, avoidance of interference with respect to completion, interim payments and applications for interpretation, issue of FSC, issue of IPC and joints and several liability, labor engagement in staff, labor facilities for staff, law and language, laws, adjustments of change in laws, compliance with laws, labor, liability, cessations of employers, liability joint and several, liability limitations of manner of execution, meetings, method of measurements, nominated subcontracts, notice to contract, and notice to other communications, and obligations under the field, obligations correct, general legislation, payment after termination for contractors, and payment current of after that, we'll say method of measurement, nominated subcontractors, notice to contract, and notices of other communications, obligations, joint goodwill, obligations for this general omissions, payment after termination, payment currents of payment delayed, payment schedule, and you can say performance certificate, performance security, and we can say like that, personal, personal contractors, personal and other contractors, personal recruitment of all ones and materials intended for works, plant and materials, ownership of variety of documents, program, data of and progress report and provisional sums, and quality management and compliance verification and records, contracts, records from performance under law, remedial works and remedial defects and remaining defects, cost of and replacement of engineer, representation of contractors and representative of contractors and engineers are responsible for care of works and resumption of works, and retention money release of retention after failure of test of completion, right of facilities, and that is royalties, and as S stands for here, a schedule of payment. It is, schedule of payment is such contractors as security of site, security performance, setting out site clearance of site contracts operators, site data use of and site data items reference, and site data use of site data and site accounts and site security and site accounts and site and save sites, all that. And then we go to surface requirement, reinstatement, suspension, consequences of employer, suspension by contractor, suspension by employer, suspension payment for plant and materials after employers, and suspension prolonged, and taking over parts and taking over works and taking over surfaces and requiring reinstatement, temporary place, termination optional, termination by contract, and termination by contract of payment, or termination by contracts of default, termination by contractor results, and termination by contract's default valuation after, and termination by contractor's default payment after, and termination of employer's consideration, convenience, templates, employers, convenience, valuation, etc. After that is then taking over parts and taking over works and sections and taking over surfaces requiring temporary utilities, and termination of termination of contract payment, termination of contract default, then termination of contract default, termination of contract default, termination of employers convenience, templates for employers convenience, termination for employers convenience, termination contract obligations, and test by contracting, test by removing defects, and tests on completion, contracts obligation, test on completion, delayed testing completion, failure to require testing completion, interference with time to compaction, time for completion, etc., and shortening of course, unforeseeable physical conditions, very unfulfilled obligations, very valuation works and value engineering and valuation procedures and wages and condition labor and hours. Oh yeah, and this, and then we'll start conditions of conduct for building engineering works designed by employer. And let's see, we have reached, means it's now we have gone through one part of this prediction. I'll start on the part and the particular conditions next time. And I think something is clear to you. If not clear to you, I have a little repetition on this because we have to start FIDIC for turnkey projects or EPC also after I complete this. That's much more important than this because EPC in the design is also included. Design here only construction is there to procure material, procure resources and do work, but their design is also included. It's much more important. And after that, I will take not only this silver but also parallel to this concrete and also general specifications along with concrete specifications. This is completely technical talks later, so I can conduct are more important. So I'll think that today, tomorrow I'll take this and then with that silver and their concrete also in general. So it's a kind of complete, grateful, powerful talks are going to be made in coming weeks for this. And I'm expecting certain questions from people. They're not sending any questions, or maybe there's some problem in getting this video, something like that. So I hope it will do it. So I put it off now, and I think that it will help you. It will help you this way or that way. It shall help you, and it shall help you. It happens. Current tab, and then you can say help with this also. The stamp. Then thanks, Mr. Chaudhary. I think I should write that. Thanks, Chaudhary. Chaudhary here. And then Chaudhary Haji. And Chaudhary Haji. And then I say I got closure of this now. And I think I close this.